Hello there, and welcome to this special stream. I've been looking so much forward to this. As some of you seen in my YouTube videos, I'm a huge fan of Venture Forth, the D&D podcast, and I really love this universe they created. All these amazing actors, human beings going deeply into their roles. And as I imagine how they look, because I only have a few images and some other fan art of how this cast look in their roles of their characters in Dungeons & Dragons. By listening to this podcast fully and pay attention to the description of their characters, sometimes we have a very good description where they present their character, especially when a new character arrives, like Thessaly and Seeker. They're very good at describing these characters, how they look. And with that in mind, I went to Hero Forge and I designed some characters. And inspired of a picture they have on their own homepage, we also needed Ethan, their dungeon master, and here it is. I 3D printed all of them, and this is Ethan. I hope I can paint all of these miniatures today, but I won't promise I will get done with it. If I don't get done with it, I will paint them off stream, or maybe if I can see there's enough work left over, I will do another stream maybe later tonight or maybe tomorrow. But most important, I have to test this thing because I also want to use some of this video for my... Oh, we have a picture here. This is the Venture 4th podcast D&D logo. And now I have... Oh, I have my mouse here. And where was I? Yes, I want to make some of this stream into my upcoming YouTube video. And that is why I have this very clean image where you can only see my hand and what I'm working at. So a lot of this stream will be in this mode. There will be no alerts or anything on this screen because I'm going to use it as clips for my YouTube video. And one last thing, all the music you're hearing in the background is from Stream Beats. This is another awesome YouTuber creator, Harris Heller. He made this full playlist of free music, no copyright, so you can use it on your streams and everything else. I'm not sponsored or anything, I just think it's a wonderful idea and he needs that shout out. So thank you for that, Harris. Well, I have not prepared any colors, but I have in my mind. And first, I want to start with Schreier. This is Schreier. He's an Aarakocra. It's a bird-like character, and he can actually fly, and he's good at it. So let's get a brush. And in my mind, he's pink. He's a pink bird. Magenta, pink, red thing. And I will put on my funny glasses as well. This is Army Painter speed paints we're using here. And it makes the process a lot faster when painting a lot of miniatures, especially if you're batch painting a lot of these. And if I go silent and don't talk as much, it's because I'm focusing on the paint job, but I will be aware of the stream chat. When using speed paint, you need to be very generous with the paint because it flows into the cavities and recesses and makes some very nice shadows. So this is one layer paint job, and then you have this awesome effect. I have base coated these miniatures with a black base, and then I used a zenithal highlight in gray. It's where you spray from the top down. So if you look from down and up, you can see there's a lot more dark areas with the shadows than that's from the black base. And then we have the gray, and then I dry brush it with some white. And since I don't have any reference images for the color scheme, then I can actually just do what my imagination tells me and the knowledge of each character. Oh, his staff is in the way for some of the... It's for my brush, but maybe if I'm careful I can... Oh, that's pretty easy. Oh, I'm forgetting my coffee. Oh, I forgot his tail. We can do that afterwards. Right now, I'm only filling in all the base coats, and then I will do all the base coats for all the characters, especially all the ones that has human skin or something like it, elven-ish. Skin colors always takes a bit longer. Hey, Faye! Welcome! We are painting Schreier? Schreier. And how are you today, Faye? Oh, I'm super fine. Well, I don't know where you're from. What time is it your place? I've been up for several hours now. I had some... I've developed a system for gun clubs, and I was doing some instruction in that system this whole morning, and I just came home to do this stream. So it's already been a very busy day, but I've been looking forward to do this painting for quite a while now. Oh, you're East Coast, so it's about 10:30. Okay, yeah. I was running about an hour late. I planned to do this about 2 o'clock local time here. But as it turned out, it's almost 3:30 now. Maybe you can help me. You know some of these characters, and Schreier is a druid, and I think I will give him some earth color look on his clothing, because he is a nature being. Let's do something about that tail. Okay, that's a challenge to get in there with some color. Oh. So this is how he looks for now. Oh, I can use this as my... it's very hard. I have a monitor over here, so I can look at it. Hello, Tommy! Oh, thank you, Faye. I'm actually quite fond of Ethan. We have I've been painting minis since I was a teenager. And then I grew out of it some point. I think I was maybe 18 or 19. And then I haven't painted for almost 25 years. And then I started again here a couple of years ago. And I wanted to build some terrain and stuff like that. So I just started. I think I've been painting again for about 4 years now. And terrain building for the last 2 years. But about Ethan here, the DM. I really enjoyed making this character. And I don't know if you can see, I gave him this weird expression in his face. Come on, focus, Cam. Yeah, here you can see. Like he's a bit cocky. Oh, thank you. I really appreciate you saying that, because when I'm looking at other creators that paint, it's just an art piece. It's like they have an empty canvas and they can make a photograph just by paint. I'm not that kind of miniature painter. I'm more like, I want to have these pieces on the table as fast as possible, but they still have to look decent. I know a lot of people use maybe 10 or even 100 hours on just one miniature. And I'm not that kind of artist. I spent maybe 1 hour or something on a miniature like this if I really want to make the best of it. I have one of the miniatures from Loot Studios. Here we have a Dwarven Druid. I think I spent about an hour on this guy. And then we have a Bugbear, and I think that was about the same thing, about 1 hour. Well, I'll go back to the full screen. Yeah, but the reason of it is this speed paint. This is from the Army Painter, and this is actually paint made in Denmark, but it's known worldwide, and it's a very popular paint for miniatures. We also have some of the British thing. This is from Citadel, the Games Workshop. Some of the most expensive colors, but very high quality. And they make pretty nice colors. I just don't like these buckets because they flip over pretty easy, but the colors are amazing. Then we also have some a brand called Vallejo. And they are a very popular brand as well. But back to the speed paints. This is a special paint because it's semi-transparent and some of it is very transparent. And this is similar. It's just called contrast paints from Games Workshop. And it speeds up the procedure about painting, because if I prime it like I did here with the black undercoat, the gray Cenotaph highlight, and the white dry brush, I already done a lot of work for myself, and it doesn't take long to do this. Maybe 5 minutes to prime and prep one miniature. And when you put the speed paint on, as you can see here on Schreier's wings, I get multiple colors out of it, because the paint is just flowing down in the recesses and make a dark shadow, and on the top we have a highlight. So we just get some gravity help. Yeah, it naturally does all the shadows and highlights. So you get 3 different colors in one go. I have another example. This is something called, this is airbrush paint. But then we work in triads where you have the dark base and midtone and highlight in 3 different colors. And a lot of paint makers are starting to do these triads. I also have some of the American stuff, like this. This is the Reaver paint, made in the US. And this is 3 different gray tones. So if you're doing stonework or something, you will use these. But if I use like this, it's just 1 coat, and it does it all for me. Yeah, it's very handy. And especially, it's been, the speed paints has become very popular because they're quite cheap. I think it's about $2.5, $3 American bottle. So it's pretty cheap paint. Where, like, the Games Workshop is about $7 or $8 per bottle. And you can buy these in collections where they make paint collections. So you can even get them cheaper. I don't know if you saw my video painting the Yeti. That Yeti only took 15 minutes to paint. But it was a pretty easy model, and there's a lot of fur, so it makes the speed painting process very easy because there's, yeah, it's fur. And like the Shreya feathers here, it won't take long to get the base coating on, and you have a pretty good result by that. Well, since you're here, Faye, maybe you can help me with choosing some of the colors for some of the characters. If you have any ideas, you're most welcome to give your wishes and suggestions. Yeah, so far it's just basing up Schreier, and I had some ideas for Alba. Her clothing is pretty worn out. There's even a patch on her trousers. So I like to make it a bit dirty look. But that invisible cloak she has, we need to do something about that. And I'm not quite sure what color her cloak should be. For Seeker, it's purple and brown. I had some ideas. And I think Cecily is, yeah, there's a lot of metallics and blue tones. March is some of the, I think, green. And we need a pale look for Kalik. And then, of course, Finn. He's a fighter. And the Hero Forge thing, I thought maybe some dark armor colors, but still a couple of high contrast colors as well, just to pop it up. That could be awesome. And Ethan, I just think black, very dark blue, almost black suit look. I think I need a tinier brush for this. Yeah, I think we're gonna go with the magic blue for that flower on the top of his. Staff. Yeah, dark browns for the armor. Yeah, I had something about cream. Yeah. I think we are in sync with our minds, Faye, because that was exactly what I thought as well. But the awesome thing with this Venture Forth is they are so good at describing everything. So they just, it's like they're teleporting images into your mind. And apparently they did a very good thing about that, because we have the same idea of how it looked. And I can see that's the result of all that fan art on their Discord page. Yeah. Oh my God! It would be so awesome to have an animation. Have you seen Critical Role's Vox Mechana? I really love that show as well. But in some ways, I actually love Venture Forth even more, because I know Critical Role is very popular, but sometimes they just overdo the things. And the character building isn't that deep. But in Venture Forth, we really have a very deep character building, and the way the actors are putting like real life into their character role. I'm just a huge fan. Yeah, I really had the same thing. It takes very long time to get into their system, but watching the Vox Mechana television show and the animated show, it gives you a lot. And the the great thing with it is that it's the actors themselves that make the voices for the character in the TV show, in the cartoon, and it just give it more personality, I think. But when I found Venture Forth in the beginning of last year, I was just binging so many episodes. I had a job as a programmer, and I was mostly working at home, and even during COVID lockdown, I was just typing all my code at home and listening to Venture Forth. So I could work and be entertained at the same time. This is, I thought it was a part of the miniature, but now I see it's just some leftover support material. Yeah, as long as you do some work that you can do by not thinking, then you can also listen to something else, and it is just a very nice way to work. When your work is just a routine job and you don't have to think much about what you're doing, and I think it's cool. Like if I was a surgeon, I would definitely not listen to podcast while I was working, but well, maybe a surgeon can do the same thing over time. I think we're done with all the base colors. I will skip on to the next miniature, and then we will revisit Schreier later. Well, let's start with Finn. We need to, I will start with skin color, and there's only his hand and head. And for this, I will actually use real colors. This is not a speed paint. This is layering of skins. And if you have a light skin tone, I use this jasper skin, and then I highlight it with the dorado skin. And if people have darker skin, I use this mocha skin tone as a base coat, and then I mix this tiger eye skin with the dorado skin, and sometimes I even use, if they really have a dark skin tone, I use my, where is it? Did I lose that? Or put it in the wrong spot? I probably put it in the wrong spot, but I have this oak brown that I use a lot, and now it's gone. I must have misplaced it somewhere. Oh, here it is. The oak brown, I mixed that in, and that's actually how I do simple skin tones. When I do larger miniatures, I will use more colors because there's more room for that. But for now, I think I will do all the skin colors with this jasper skin for all the light skin tones. And then we will build up the brighter colors as we work. For this jasper skin, I will thin it down very much because I want it to be some sort of transparent. So you still see all the details below the paint. And this brush is almost dead, I think, because it splits up too much. This is actually the old school way of painting when you're not using speed paint. Yeah, thinning down and layering up the colors is the old school way, because then you get some sort of transparency, and when you thin it down, you can also do glazing if you need to gradient colors to another, from one color to another. If you thin it down, it's still wet, and you can blend in a darker or lighter color, or even a color that is totally off, and mix them together on the miniature. Sometimes people also, I've done that in a lot. You have an okay skin color for Caucasian people, and then you can just paint this directly on. If it's a miniature that doesn't need to do much, and you just need to, okay, this is a person with light skin, you can just put this on directly. And then maybe, I have never found a good color for people with darker skin, so I usually mix it up. And then you have all these other different kinds of races with blue and green skin. And here the speed paints actually come in quite handy, because like when I paint orcs, I have an orc skin, and I can just put it on in one coat, and I have the perfect skin for an orc. Oh, thank you, Zico. Yeah, here's a close-up. He's not quite done yet. We still need to put some details on him, but all the base colors are actually right in the spot, I think. We need to fix the eyes, and there's some pattern on his belt and his shirt. We need to put some highlights on it. That's pretty much it. Thank you so much. And how nice of you to show up, everybody. I really appreciate you being here. Usually I have an overlay, but I need some of the clips from this stream in my upcoming YouTube video. So I just removed the whole overlay, but I am here, and I'm wearing my funny glasses. Yeah, me too. The whole process of painting it is so relaxing, but sitting down and look at the final result when everything is done is just so nice. Building up skin colors this way is very time consuming. So I will only make 2 layers of skin color on these miniatures. But I have a surprise for you, because I don't know if I'm going to stream it or maybe do it offline, but I also printed something else. I have just got them out of the printer and removed the supports, so they're not even based, primed, or anything yet. But I will show you. This is all the models in 75mm versions. So here we have Schreier in a display model. And Ethan. Thessaly. Finn. Kalek. Seeker. March. And not to forget, little Olma. Oh, thank you so much. Yeah, I can change the colors. So if you have any requests, I can put something else. But I've usually used these blue, purple, and magenta colors for my background because I think it's most relaxing. But sometimes I change it with yellow or orange. Oh, I had some idea with Cecily, so I need to. I have to do an experiment on her. I know the Mind Flayers are doing experiments on her, but I need to do an experiment on her as well. So I will do her last. Yeah, I don't know when I have time to paint all of them, because one of those big miniatures usually takes about 2 or 3 hours each, and I wanted it to be ready for episode 100, but I don't think I can manage to paint and ship it before episode 100. Yeah, but the first time they meet Cecily, there's a very good description of her. And she has a very pale skin, dark, peach black hair, and there's a silverish tone to her skin. So I thought I was going to experiment with that and do an undercoat with some metallics and see if I can make it shine through just a tiny bit to give it this pale silver look. I'll give Marge the same undercoat skin, even though she has more green skin but it's very pale green. And I think I will make it more a human Caucasian skin tone to her, and then put another layer on top to make it a bit green. Yeah, I'm looking so much forward to it. That's cool. I can't wait to see that. So do you think they can make the full cast come together again, or at least partial? I really miss Shreya. I really hope he comes back. And he's wearing gloves, so okay. Now I need my very tiny dry brush. Where are you? Yeah, I really hope for a guest episode or something. I would really love. I also miss Marge a lot because I think she was a great character, and I think the party really. I know they have a fighter in Finn, and Thessaly is also paladin, and they can really pull some. But a Goliath, think about it, a Goliath, Marge. We miss you. This is some special dry brushing silver, and I'll just try to see if I can put it gently on her face. I don't know if it will shine through, but I will try. Otherwise, I will try to dry brush it on when I have put the skin color on her. Yeah, I think we will have to do that when the color is on. Yeah, yeah, I think you're right. I think you're right, Sikao. In our imagination, they have the adventure of their life outside the party. And I really hope March will find her sister. Well, I will go back to the screen without overlay so I can still use some of the recordings for my YouTube video. The sound won't be a problem on the YouTube video because I will do a voiceover. Oh, that could be a nice spin-off. The Adventures March. We need a bright white shirt for Ethan, don't you think? Well, I also need a clean brush. And this almost black, I use this called Grim Black. It's one of the most popular black colors in the Speen Paint collection because it's black, but it still has the highlights and shadows. It has an awesome effect. I use it a lot if people have black hair. And I'm definitely gonna use it on Cecily's hair because it has some very, very nice hair effects, but also on this suit. I will even use it on his hair. Oh, we forgot to paint his feet. I forgot that he had bare feet. Well, we still have time to do that. Yeah. We need to paint his feet, but first I will do his suit and his hair because it's the same color, but it will have two different kinds of effects because that's just how speed paint works. Oh, no, he still has his bare feet. It's the same miniature as the big one, and it's a lot easier to see here. Yeah, you're right. I can see we also need to paint that ear. from the pictures I've seen of Ethan, I know that his beard is not that big and thick as the one I paint here, but none of the other characters look as the real actor anyway, so why not have some fun with Ethan and make him 20 years older than he really is. Yeah. Make it that. I think we should make that 20 just to be nice. And I'll just remove all that gray hair and give it another coat of grim black. Put So let's go with an very fine and yellowish color of paper for the book. And I just invented something. This is Ethan's bag of Ethan's purse of secret. Yeah, you should be more than welcome. Usually I don't paint these Dungeons and Dragons things on stream. It's more for Valorant. Last night I have. If you don't know, if you're not familiar with Valorant, then it's almost like a Counter-Strike first-person shooter game where you have different kind of agents. And last night I painted one of the agents, and then I play the agent, and then I give away the miniature, no matter where in the world people are. If they're subscribed to my channel, I put them on a wheel, and the subscriber, the name is coming out on the wheel, will win them. So I painted this yesterday, and this is a bit larger figurines, the same size as the big one on, and I use 1.5 to 2 hours painting these. And this one here is called Astra, and she's very difficult to play. And a lot of people don't like her because her abilities is not that great anymore, because the game developers decided to nerf her very hard. But before she was too strong, and now she's just too weak. But still, she's an agent, and she deserves a spot. And then I gave it away. Yeah, this is actually a new, the first time where I used the oak brown mixed with the roto skin. And I think the color turned out pretty well. And then I made a bit brighter version and actually put the roto skin directly, very thin down, so the brown tones will shine through. And then I put this on top of it as a highlight. And I think her face turned out pretty okay. Well, enough about that. Back to Ethan. And now I will just use, I think the skin color is dry. There's not much on it, so and again, I really thin it down with water. And then now I think I need another very, very fine brush to do this. This is the insane detail brush from Army Painter. I have one that is even smaller. This one here is for the base coat, and you can see it's a big difference. And then I have the Psycho somewhere here. And that's very tiny. I use it sometimes, and I think I'm going to need this today, so we might as well put it here. So now you can see when I put this Dorado skin on top of the Jasper skin, we actually start to have a color. If you compare this to his hands and feet that I haven't painted yet, that tiny thing you can see here, that dot here, I can't remove that. I think I can maybe. No. I'm just afraid that I will destroy the miniature because this is a part of the support material leftovers from printing the miniature. Maybe I can. I think this helped a bit, but his finger is almost gone because of it. Yes, I have these. But when I removed the top of the support, I already broke his finger off, and there's nothing left to file off. see if we can do those eyebrows and fix those. I already started on the detail work, but there was a tiny spot where there was no paint and it annoyed me. Maybe we should put some white in those eyes right away while we are at it. We still have 6 more to paint, so I still want a decent result of this. It's very difficult when the miniatures are as small as they are here. So I found out when I'm putting white in their eyes, I'm overdoing it on purpose. And then I just put another layer of skin color close to it. So it will look a bit weird right now. This is the Psycho brush. And it's very tiny. And the problem with the tiny brush is that the paint dries up very fast, so you have very short work time on it. But I think this worked. It worked okay. This is the base for Ethan, and we will get back to him later and put on some more details. So who's up next? I will leave it up to you, chat. And while you think about it, I will reorganize my microphone because I have to take off my shirt. It's getting a bit hot in here. And I think my coffee is getting cold. Oh, cold coffee. So, any ideas? Seeker, Alma, Finn, March, Kalek, or Thessaly? Who's up next? You vote Flynn. Okay, you got the first vote, and we are doing Flynn. I start to get the feeling that Flynn is one of your favorite characters. Maybe. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I have the same thing. I can't say, okay, this is my favorite of them all, but because they are so different and I just love them all. How they are, the personality, and What color of hair do you think we should give Flynn? Yeah, I have the same thing. The emotions of those two characters, I can put myself in how it is, like all the background story they have, and not that I'm a fighter myself or a cleric, but yeah, it's very hard to explain, but I can associate myself with the two characters in a lot of places. Yeah, that was the word I was looking for. Relate to them. Yes. So, are we going with a dark brown hair for Flynn? Or do you want me to make him a blonde? I think a light brown would be nice. Yeah, medium to dark. So medium brown would be good. Maybe this is too bright, but let's try it out. So what do you think about that hair color? Is that doable? Okay, let's give him the same eyebrows. And then I will give the shirt under his armor grim black as well. Because I have to get close to the skin, and then I can fix the skin afterwards, because I think I overpainted that a bit. I would actually have loved to make his... yeah, the iron. And that's where it was. When I already have downloaded this miniature and looked at it, and I thought a lot about it, but I couldn't find any clothing that would give him bare arms, and that's at the same time had some kind of armor. I would love to see he had like a t-shirt under, and you could see I could paint on his tattoos on the arm. Unfortunately, I can't do that on this model. But it would have been so awesome to make some of those tattoos on his arm. Oh, I hope you will post some more pictures of that, because I want to see that. Yeah, I know the feeling when you have projects ongoing and you just get everything else, other things to do. It's very difficult to get back to that project. And if you feel you're missing something, then like when I was building those 3 houses, it took me almost close to 4 months before I was done with it. And in theory, if I have worked intensely for a full week, I could maybe have done it. But everything just kept clocking up for me. So, sometimes life and work takes up your time. So, does Flynn deserve a leather armor, or should we give him some more metallics? I think at least I will give him partial leather, and then we can put some metallics on top of that. Yeah, I think we will put some sort of metallics on top of the leather. Give him some tiny upgrades. So what are they in now is... Oh, my microphone is scratchy. Is it level 9? They achieved to level 9. Yeah, I was in doubt as well. There's something wrong with my mic. It's a bit scratchy. I think I will plug this level out. I hope this is better. I know it's a bit of change of sound, but that scratchy sound was awful in my headset. I can actually hear myself in my headset. Yeah, but I also like the surprise when they are just using something new they came up with in a level up and you don't know what it is. Like if they are in a fight and they just say, oh, I just got this spell. Let's try this out. But yeah, you're right. It could be awesome if we had some more background for why and how they are choosing the skills and spells. Yeah. And then suddenly he could turn into a wolf. I just loved that. And Olmer was riding on his back. I had so much fun when they did that. Like Olmer, hey, riding around on Shry's back as a wolf. Yeah. I can't even remember what is his sound. Well, if you are in Discord, you are more than welcome to jump into my Discord server. And if you want, instead of using the stream chat, we can actually talk with our real voices if you like. I think I will join the Viewers Lounge. And then we can chit-chat with our real voices. Of course, only if you like. Oh, it's midnight. Where do you live and what time is it where you live? Are you from Asia or is all those different time zones people are living in? It's a bit difficult to find a time, an hour where everybody can watch your stream. Oh, thank you, Tommy. This is also a piece of support. I hope I can remove that as well without breaking anything. Oh, we actually did it. Oh, Taiwan. Taiwan. I know that. I know where it is. And yeah, I'm not in doubt that it's midnight there because that is far away in the east.
Hello, hello.
Hello, Faye, and welcome to the Viewers Lounge. So nice to put a voice on all your text.
Yeah, good to talk to you.
Same here. So you were East Coast. Is that New York or Washington? Or?
No, I'm an hour or so south of DC, actually.
Okay. Well, I'm not very good with the geography of US, but I know some. And mostly when people name their state, I also know where it is. Is it that it in the middle, or is it east or west coast, or top or north or south? So most of the states, but if you start to ask me questions of what is the capital of each state, then I won't be able to answer.
Very fair. There's a lot of the capitals.
Yeah. But most of what I'm watching on YouTube is mostly American streamers, and I am quite fond of geography. So when I hear someone talk about a place, I try to look it up on Google Maps, and then I get more familiar with it. So I've learned a lot over the last many years.
That's awesome. Geography is really cool. I'm actually a cartographer, so I share an enjoyment of geography.
I was a photographer, but I gave up on it.
Oh, sorry, I said cartographer.
Oh, cartographer. Okay, I thought you said photographer. Okay, yeah. If you're making maps, you have to be into geography. So,
Yes.
what kind of maps do you do?
It really depends. A lot of times I'm doing like spatial analysis type of things. I make a lot of maps for archaeology as well because I work in that field. So.
Okay, nice. What kind of education do you need for that? Is that what major do you do on university?
So I got 2 degrees, one in specifically archaeology and one in historic preservation. And they both work pretty well for archaeology. The historic preservation is more, it's building preservation as well as archaeological preservation, and it has some museum studies aspects in there.
Cool.
So
Almost like Indiana Jones.
Really, yeah. Indiana Jones is a comparison that works pretty well. We tend to dislike Indiana Jones for some of his practices, but not a bad comparison overall.
I have a previous colleague and friend still a friend. I don't talk to him that much anymore, but he was an oh, I can never pronounce that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Archaeologist.
archaeologist. Yeah, my tongue is getting a bit twisted right now. And he said 90% of his work was in a library, and 20% was digging in the dirt.
Yeah, that's pretty
10%.
accurate. I do field work occasionally, probably about once a year. Um, the summer months are typically best for that, but I spend most of my time in a lab processing artifacts and doing archival work.
Yeah. His specialty was Viking Age, and since I'm from Denmark and we had a lot of Vikings here, you don't have to dig long before you find some of the artifacts. It's actually a very common thing, and Stone Age stuff is actually even more common to find here in Denmark because we have a lot of
That,
flintstones in the ground, and you can find a ton of spearheads if you just walk across a field and look into the ground, and there's a ton of flint. Some of it is just still natural stone, but some of it you can actually see it was worked.
wow,
It was pretty amazing.
that's super neat. I would love to do Viking archaeology at some point, but I'm not quite there. I'm currently doing. I just finished some research on ancient tattooing kits,
Oh,
and I'm working on some Iron Age British archaeology right now.
well, then you have to do a lot of traveling then.
Not as much as I'd like to. I do some mostly for conferences, but a lot of the stuff I'm working with has already been excavated.
Oh,
We're in a little bit of a storage crisis for artifacts, so I try to stick to things that like the data that's already been recorded rather than creating more artifacts that we have to store.
yeah, okay. Oh, Wolfie is in the chat. He asked who won my Astra from yesterday's stream, and it was the reverse poker stick, or AKA Duck. He won it. So, and he wanted to brag about it, I think, because he usually never wins anything, and then he was lucky to win it yesterday.
Congrats to him, that's awesome.
Yeah, and for once, one of my paint jobs stayed in Denmark because he's also from Denmark. A lot of them is actually going to Germany because I have a lot of German viewers, and occasionally I have two of them went to Greenland.
Oh wow, that's cool.
Yeah, and I have one in Greece, and a single one went to another YouTuber in the US. He's making a lot of content for the game Valorant, and
Oh yeah.
I gave him one of those as well. So
Awesome.
all my artwork is spread all over the world at this moment.
That's really cool. I can't imagine how special that feels just knowing that things that you've interacted with are all over.
Yeah, and I signed it as well. I put my I sign it with the name of the receiver, and then I say it's from me, and I sign it.
I love that.
I think it's time to do Seeker while we're waiting for Flynn to dry up. And he was actually described pretty well when he and Cecily came into the show. So he's
Yeah.
mostly purple.
Part of that guild that keeps getting executed, I guess.
Yeah.
A little spooky, but they're all in danger, I guess.
Yeah. And for this, I use this High Dweller purple. It's also a speed paint, and it's very, very dark purple. and I think it suits well for a rogue, even though he's also a cleric. But for the rogue part, this dark purple, he can say, "Hide in the shadows." That's actually a voice line from a character from the game Valorant.
Oh, okay. I've only seen clips of it being played. I'm not super familiar with it.
Oh, there's a character or agent called Omen, and during the story is there was something called the Light, and it gave some special powers to some humans, and it teared others apart. And Omen was one of them that was teared apart, but another one of them, the agents, she's a healer, and she put him back together, but she missed a lot of parts for him. So he's still something like he's kept together by this radianite material in their world. But it gave him the ability to teleport wherever he wants.
Nice.
And he's this kind of dark person with no face, is only light for his eyes. And you can see it's like he's empty under his mummy-like clothing. And he's also blue and dark purple.
Oh, right. He's the one with the hood and mask kind of deal.
Yeah, that's Omen.
Okay, cool.
So he has a very sad backstory, and he has this hide in the shadows, split. They don't know the meaning of that word. That's some of his voice lines.
Oh, okay. Cool. I mean, unfortunate that he has a dark backstory, but yeah.
Yeah, he's a pretty cool character. But the most fun part, do you know what his one of his hobbies are?
What's that?
He likes knitting.
Oh, I love that for him. That's great. Let's see.
You can get some player cards in the game for it, and there's actually where he's sitting in a chair knitting in front of the fireplace. It just looks so weird that spooky man is knitting something.
I love that. Intimidating with a non-intimidating hobby. That's great.
Yeah.
Let's see. I'm about to go do more research, so I'm going through the books that I already have on hand to figure out which ones I need to bring with me.
Oh.
It's quite the stack.
Oh, I have a kitty here that wants me to open the door. Hello, this is Timmy, one of my cats.
Oh, how many do you have?
We have two, and they are siblings, two boy cats, Teddy and Timmy. But I think he's hungry now, so he wants to go downstairs and get something to eat. So I think I will let him. Okay, let's see what we can do about this seeker. The print, there was actually many details in his clothing, and some of them are unfortunately washed out a bit.
That's a bummer.
But I think I will use a bit. For his coat, I need this dark purple, but I have a more bright purple another place. Let's see if Is this more Bordeaux? No, this is perfect for this. I hate these bottles because they easily, if you just tap it, it will flip over and you have paint all over the place.
Ooh. Would it be hard to like convert their storage into an inkwell or something?
I actually did that already with some of them. I put them in dropper bottles instead.
Oh, cool. Good thinking.
Now this is more like a magenta purple, I think. But we can darken it with a wash later.
Let's see. I don't have my phone on hand at the moment. Hold on.
Oh, you're watching the stream on the phone?
Yeah, since I'm wandering about my house grabbing materials.
Oh.
Oh, that's a nice color.
Yeah, I think I like it, and it matches the rest of it, but I want it to be a bit darker later, so I will put a wash on it.
Makes sense. All right. I think I have everything I need to head off to do my research, so I'm gonna head out.
Yeah, but it was so nice to talk to you, and thank you for stopping by. I really appreciate you doing that, and maybe we will talk again soon, or later, or in the future.
Yeah, that would be great. Thanks for having me. It was good talking to you.
Same to you, and yeah, should we say goodbye, nerd?
Yeah. Bye, fellow nerd. I'll talk to you later. Have a good one.
Bye.
Bye.
Yeah, you're right, Wolfie. Cats are always hungry. So, do you want to join me in the viewer lounge? Or anyone else? It's very nice to have someone to talk to instead of looking at the chat. Oh, Enrique. Nice. Well, I think I will be there in about a week. Or Monday in a week. Sorry if I'm not saying much because I'm pretty much focusing on the painting. built. Yeah. So this was the base coding of Seeker. Now he just needs some details. We are halfway there for all the basing. I will do a tiny break and I will be back in about 5 minutes. I just need to go to the bathroom and do some private stuff. So see you in about 5 to 10 minutes. I'm gonna let that dry for a while because I think I got plenty of paint on that. So, any suggestions? Who's up next? Marge, Olma, Kalek, or Cecily? I think I'm gonna do Olma. Right now, I think all the colors look the same. Oh, that's the wrong color. Let's see if we can wash most of it off. Well, success. Nice. Put this on so I can capture some of it for my YouTube. So, chat, what colors should Cloak of Invisibility have? Or cape? Because I'm in a bit of a doubt of what color we should give it. So if you have any ideas, please type it now. I was thinking about this High Lord blue, but I don't think it matches all the other colors. We also have this plasmatic bolt. This is, yeah, turquoise. I don't know if that's good for a cloak, but I can't remember anyone mention any color of that cloak. Maybe they said it, but I can't remember it. So we also have this fire giant orange, but she's already yellow and brown, so I think that would be boring. We also have this cloudburst blue, and this is a very dark, almost grayish blue. Maybe that would work. Yeah. We're going with this one. I think this was the right color to choose for this. Ladies and gentlemen, base coloring Almer is done. We still need the white dots in their eyes, but the paint is still a bit too wet before I can do it, so we'll still need it on Seeker as well. Kalik, you're up next, And you're going to be quite a challenge with that arm, because I'm not very good at painting flames, but I'll still give it a chance. It's a bit funny because this is called a holy white, but it's actually a bit dark gray. But we're going to highlight it later, so it doesn't matter. think this scarf he has down there should be bloody red. And to make that fire look, that arm look like has fire going on, I will start to dry brush it with a very, no, I don't think I will even do a dry brush it. I think I want this color to go very deep into the recesses of those flames. Let's see, what color? Boom. There it is. Necrotic flesh. I'm going to give him a very... I think I'm going to use this for March skin as well. I'm going to mix in some white and some of this Dorado skin, because that is still the base color, but I want some more of this green tone to it, and I want some more white in it, so he looks a bit more pale. Yeah, I think this could be the right color for this, but the wrong brush. Nice. And I'm not gonna put white in his eyes because he needs this gray, red and yellow, no, red and yellow look. So I'm actually using a very bright yellow. He almost looks like a vampire right now. I think the arm is about to be dry. And then I'm going to use this slaughter red for his scarf. And this is almost blood. I think this is blood in a bottle. I got something on my finger. It looks like I'm bleeding. I keep forgetting my coffee. See if we can put some red in his eyes. We could. I don't know if you can see it here on stream, but let's see if we can start the first layer of dry brushing on that arm, because it's going to take a lot of time to paint. Yeah, we will need a dry brush, and then I will dry brush it with this demonic yellow. On the next layer of dry brush, we will put a more orange effect to it, and it should start look like flames. And this is Kalik. I will have to go on a break for now, and I will be back in about an hour. Maybe half an hour. I just need to go get some dinner. Time is now 6 o'clock here. And thank you so much for watching for now. I think I will just put on the Be Right Back screen, and then I will be back in about, maybe half an hour. I'll try to eat fast so we can get all these miniatures done today. That would be awesome. And maybe some of the casts are waking up, and they said they might join me on stream, so it will be so awesome to have them here. So see you in a while. Yeah, in a while. I'm already back. Dinner was not ready right now, so in about 20 minutes I will have to go to dinner, and then I will be away for maybe another 20 minutes. So let's get some more paint on these and have some fun with it. And we were doing Kalik. I think that yellow is dry enough, so let's go on with this lava orange and put some of that on the dry brush to make some more color on that fire. Oh, it starts to look like something that's on fire, but we're not quite there yet. And one thing when dry brushing, I will not wet my brush and clean it. I will just leave the previous color on it and let it dry with it, because there's almost not any paint. So and I think I will need another tiny dry brush. What is the smallest thing I've got? I think we can do another one. Bigger one. Hey, Rebecca, welcome. How nice of you to stop by. So, you are awake on the west coast. I hope my audio is going through. Nice. I just had a tiny break, and I'm going on a break here in about 15 minutes, and then we will finish up all the all the characters. Yeah. I bet you're familiar with this guy. still working on the flames on the arm and some minor details, but right now it's just the base coating. When the stream started, we started putting some base colors on Schreier. We still need to do some details. And then it was Ethan. We made him 20 years older than what his actually are. And still, we need some details. And then it was Seeker. And this is only still base coat. We also need some metal on his knife. And then it was Flynn. And we actually had Faye here in my voice chat talking. And we had some small talk, and she helped me choose the colors for Flynn. And of course, I think the one you're most interested in. Here is your little girl. And still, this is only the base coating. We still need a lot of details on these characters, or not base coating, it's base colors. And yeah, finally we had Kalik. We still need to put some base coloring on March and Cecily. Or is it Thessaly? And we need that arm to be totally dry before I can dry brush it again. So you can choose. Who's up next? March or Thessaly? Who do you want? We are going to do them both, but okay. She's blue and metallic, and first we need to lighten up. This is only a base skin color. They all look almost the same, and then we will put some layers on top to brighten it up. And I had something special in mind for Thessaly because she should have this silverish skin, so I'm gonna do some experiments on her. And I don't know how it will succeed, so I'm some kind of mind flayer right now. But right now I will just put on some, I need to clean up my brush before I do anything. Put on some ordinary Caucasian skin color on her, and then we will do her so she will be a bit more pale. Oh, there was too much water in that. I really like the description when Thessaly was introduced to the story. There was a lot of detail on how her face looked, because I have never seen any kind of fan art or anything about how she looks. And if nobody told me in the description of her that she had black hair, I would always imagine how Devin looks with her blonde hair, or even her pink hair later. So I really like the description of how she looked, and I hope I can make that scar on her face. Yeah, but it's not that difficult. Just imagine when you were a kid. I guess that you probably had a coloring book. And this is almost the same thing. You just have to stay in the lines. And it's just a bit smaller. But it is actually just like having a coloring book and learn how to stay in lines. That's pretty much the basics. And then I'm using all these speed paints. This brand of paint is called the Army Painter. Yeah. And the Army Painter is a Danish brand of paint, but they are famous all over the world. And a lot of hobby painters are using them. Then we have the British-made Games Workshop paints. They are very expensive, but damn, they're good. Then we have some Vallejo. I don't know exactly what country it's from. It's from Spain. Of course, it's from Spain. And then we have the Reaver paints from the US of A. So I have a ton of different brands, but my primary colors is the Army Painter. And I have quite a collection of those. And these speed paints is actually 3 colors in one. Citadel has the same thing called contrast paints. And it's 3 colors in one stroke of paint. And I will show you here on the cape, because we need to make that the magic blue. And this is one of my most beloved blue colors. It actually looks like it's magic when it's coming on the model. And here you can see it will flow into the recesses and make a dark shadow, and on the top here it will do the highlights. So it will actually paint itself. You just need to put on a very generous coat, and the model will paint itself. If I was not using these speed paints, I would have to do 3 layers of 3 different colors, and with that technique it's called triads. And for this cape I would probably use something like this. So you have 3 different blue colors, and you will start with the darkest in the bottom, and then you have the mid-tone and the highlights for this. And it's very time consuming. And when you have a ton of models that needs a lot of paint so you can get them on the table, the speed paints are very handy, and they're becoming quite popular right now. Here you can see the effect. Hey, Lakiru! Is that Shane? Hello! And welcome! I hope you had a good night's sleep. Here in Denmark it's almost dinner time, and I will have to leave for dinner in about 10 minutes, 5 to 10 minutes, and then I will be back doing all the other stuff. We can just roll back a bit. Today we started painting. This is all the base colors for Schreier. And then DM Ethan. We still need some details. And then it was Seeker. Also missing some details. Yeah, I really like, and that's also the speed paints. This is only 1 layer, and you have this effect on the feathers, and it looks so good. And then it was Flynn. I had another nerd here, Faye. She was in my voice chat. And the little one, with an almost, it's an adult person in a child's body with a child's mind, and she's more, I don't know, is she more adult or she, yeah, I have very difficult figuring her out, but she's an amazing character, Alma. And here he is. I still need some details on that flaming hand and some metallics, but yeah. This is Kalek, gray. Okay, now I got a message that my dinner is ready. So I will have to leave you for, if I can eat fast, maybe 15 minutes. And then I will get right back to painting Thessaly and March and put some final details on all the characters. And thank you so much, Rebecca. I have, before I go, another small surprise for you. I already revealed it earlier, but you were not here. I don't know. It was, I wanted it, this one here, I wanted it to be for your 100th episode, and I was hoping that I could send it to you. but I'm in doubt that I have the time to paint all this, because it's a huge paint job. But I have all the miniatures in 75mm versions. I just took them out of the printer yesterday. There's not even a primer on it, and I have not even cured them yet, put them on bases. But here you can see the size difference. So I don't know, I know you're not putting miniatures on the table, but this was actually if you wanted to put them on the table, and this is just a display piece. It's the same miniature, like here you have Kalik. So the model is the same, it's just bigger. And the details on these can be a lot more detailed because of the larger models. I'm looking very much forward. I don't know if I'm gonna stream all these paint jobs, but I will do it, and if you trust me with your address, I will send it to you. And I will even sign them and dedicate each character to the real actor. But dinner is ready. I'll be back to you soon. So see you later. back. That was a quick dinner. And my wife bought me a new t-shirt. And I really like it, so I put it on right away. Well, we are going to continue painting Thessaly. But first, we need another layer of dry brushing on Calyx's arm. And now we're going up in the chaotic red. It was delicious. My wife made some turkey chicken meatballs and some root fruits. I'm trying to lose weight, so no carbohydrates for me. Since August last year, I've lost almost 40 pounds. And I need to lose another 30. And the art of dry brushing is that you almost wipe all the paint off the brush after you put it on. It sounds strange, but that's how it works. And the leftovers is what you get on your model. I use the same technique when I'm giving the base color. Now we have something that could look like flames. Yeah. I think this works. Okay, back to Thessaly. I'm gonna use this cold burst blue on the inner of her clothing. So what is your plans for today, Rebecca? Are you going to do some cool stuff? Or is it just an ordinary relaxation Saturday? Ooh. What kind of play is that? Is like Romeo and Juliet, or is it more something more modern? Or is it a classic play? Oh, now that's awesome. I think it must be a very hard life going from job to job when you're an actor because you don't have a steady income. It's just like doing one application, or you're going to a what is it called, a casting. Instead of a job interview, you're going to castings and hope you get picked for the job. It must be very stressful. I don't think I could live like that without knowing that. How much is the next paycheck each month? That's total respect for the lifestyle of that, and total respect of all of you that do acting. I live in a small village where we are about, I think it's about 1,000 people or something, so very small. And we have some amateur theater here. And a couple of years ago, I had 3 seasons where I was doing a play on an amateur basis, and it was quite fun. But that was my acting career. Yes, I really enjoyed it, but it was also a lot of hard work. Memorizing all the lines was a tough part for me. And I remember in one season I had this huge and very long monologue, and I think I got 80% into it. And then it just, my brain just switched off, and I was standing there. I couldn't remember the last 2, I think it was, I missed 2 paragraphs of the last thing of what I had to say. And I rehearsed it and rehearsed it so much, and standing in the living room with my wife, trying to memorize everything, and it was very hard. But fortunately, someone just gave me a clue, and I managed to go through the last 2 paragraphs of that monologue. And but I think when you're a professional actor standing on that stage and that happens to you, I think it will happen to most actors somehow. And I have so much respect for that capacity of brain the actors have to memorize all their lines, because I think it was very hard. But yes, I really enjoyed the time I had on that theater. And the most fun part was the audience was already you knew almost everybody in the audience, and that just made it more fun. Some of the things we did were comedy, and we I don't know what's the word. Yeah, forgetting lines on stage is just so. I think it must be the worst experience. No, we did impressions of some of the local people here in the village, and we had a ton of fun of it. And of course, we asked the people if it was okay. We made an impression of them, and everybody was on it, and they just loved it and had so much fun because we were not making fun of people. We were just making impressions of them, and people could relate to that, and they had a ton of fun. So we had an amazing person that knew how. She bought a lot of the scripts for the plays, and they rewrote them so they would fit into our little community here. This is the base coat for. Oh, we need that belt, and then we are done with the base colors of Thessaly because she has a lot of metallics. Hey, Sir Rodney. Yo! Rodney, welcome. I really appreciate you being here. And I will show you in a second how far we are. This is Thessaly we are having here. You're more than welcome. I really enjoy it, and I think I owe you more for that big work everybody is doing on that podcast and everything. But let's start over. Today I started painting Schreier. And then we had Ethan. And we still need some details on those. This is just the base coloring to make the outlines, and then we can do some more details later. Still need some eyes. And here is someone you might be familiar with. Still some details. And some metallics on the knife. And we need some details on the leather. And of course we need those green eyes. And then we had Flynn. We still need to do some eye work and some details on his armor and the metallics. And Alma. I just love that little patch on her pants. I don't know if you can see it, if it can focus there. There's a tiny patch, and I just need to highlight the threads, and it will become more visible. So she's wearing old clothing, and I really like it. And Kalek. I already did his eyes. As you can see, they are totally red, but we still need to put some metallics and some minor details on it. I will do a last dry brush on the arm when it's done. And then it was Thessaly, and we still need a lot of details on her. Maybe I should put some white on her eyes right now so it can dry up. And then we need all the metallics. Yeah, it was the closest I could get to it. I would have loved to have a more light lighter burn, but I think this was a bit too massive, but after I painted it, I actually lighted pretty much. So it worked out anyway. I was looking at the picture you have on your homepage with that character that was on that image, and it was that what was giving me the inspiration for doing this design. I need a tiny brush. This brush here is called the Psycho, and it is the smallest brush I have in my collection. The one I recently used was this one. And then we have the Psycho. This one here is a bit bigger. 16, yeah. This is the Insane Detail, and this is the Psycho. So the Psycho is very tiny. The disadvantage of using a tiny brush like this is you have very, very short time working with the paint because there's so little paint on it that it dries out almost instantly from when you put it on the brush on your palette and when you're going to use it. So this is very difficult sometimes to have balanced. So the trick is when you're doing the white of their eyes is to maybe overdo it and you put too much paint in, but it's easier to fix the mistake and overpainting later with the skin color. So this looks very terrible right now, but when the white is dry, it's actually pretty easy to fix. And the white is almost dry, so now I can fix this overpaint. And it will also give me a bit more highlight on the cheek or the chin. With the speed paints, it actually is pretty easy, and I would say most of you would be able to do it with some simple instructions. So it's not that hard, but doing miniatures is a bit harder than doing something in this size, because you have bigger areas to paint. This is a character I painted yesterday on my live stream. If you're familiar with the game Valorant, I have this concept called PPG, Paint, Play, and Giveaway. And there's some different types of agents in the game Valorant, and I paint the agent on stream, then I play the agent, and then I give it away to one of my viewers. And yesterday it was this character called Astra, and she's not a very popular as an agent, but she's quite funny. They have some voice lines they're doing, And there's some great voice actors behind this game, and it makes it all so funny. And she's kind of a cocky person, and she has some very fun lines. And this is some of my more recent miniatures. A dwarven druid. I think I posted these on Discord as well. While we are waiting for all the paint to dry, we can start on March. I really miss that Goliath. And for her hair, I think I'll use this pale bone. Maybe mix it with some of my green cloak here. Oh, thank you so much. Yeah, I really hope she will come back one day. It could be so awesome if you just showed up in one episode or something. If you randomly ran into her, or she sent you a letter or something. I guess that Alma is missing her the most. She was maybe some kind of mother to her, even though I think they only just met when they met the rest of the party. Yeah. And I think she might be the closest thing to a mother or something Alma had, even though they just met. I'm going to do a very special experiment on this coat because this green is just the undercolor for another color that I will put on top. The color theory? Is that the speed paints or mixing the colors? When you get more experienced in this painting, you know what the colors, how they will behave when you mix them or put them on top of each other. Because all these speed paints are transparent. And they will have a totally different look when another color is put on top of it. For instance, when I was painting this dragon, this is a huge red dragon I have here. I started painting it green. I announced that I was painting a red dragon, and people were just shocked because I was painting it totally green in the beginning. But even humans have more green tone into their skin than you actually are aware of. And when you mix color, especially for Caucasian people, you need to put some green tones into it because there's a lot of green, but we don't see it. But because of that, I painted this totally green, and you can see some of the green is shining through. And it gives this like, oh, the skin here is almost transparent. I topped off with some yellow before I put on the orange and red. And then we ended up having a red dragon. Yeah. If you want to try out doing some kind of painting, I got this package from Learn How to Paint Goblins from River Paints, and they're made in the USA. I'm going to do a stream about it. I haven't unboxed it yet, but you get these 8 colors and a guide how to paint it step by step. And it's actually pretty easy. So you start with some goblins looking like this, boring and gray. And then you can bring it to life with just these 6 colors. So it's pretty easy to start up if you want to have a new hobby or something. Well, it seems like that green is dry, so we can use one of the Citadel contrast paints, and this is called Snakebite Leather, and I think this is the perfect color to put on top of that green. thank you for the raid. Welcome, raiders. Hello, Mike Moens. Thank you so much. Hello, Mike. How are you doing? I'm doing awesome. Today, I am painting my own designed miniatures from HeroForge. I designed them and downloaded them, and they were all inspired by this amazing podcast called Venture Forth. Ooh, nice. Can't wait to see that. Thank you so much for the follow. Yeah, I don't have an overlay right now because I'm going to use a lot of this stream for a new YouTube video, but we can put something on so we can get some alerts. For some of the actors from this podcast in Venture Forth, they are also here in my live chat, and you should go check out Mike Moens because he's an awesome painter. He has this totally different style of painting than I have. His style is more cartoonish, and I really like it. Amazing British painter, and I know something he likes. He's a very big fan of these Reaver paints, and I bought some of them because of him. So I haven't tried them out yet, but I really hope to see it. Yeah. What is it called? Painterly stuff. What is that? Is that cartoonish as well? As you can see here, I only used speed paints on all of these. Let's start from the top. We started with this guy. He's called Schreier. He's an Acrococra from the podcast and a druid. And he's such a funny person. If you want to learn more about him, you should go check out the Venture Forth podcast. And this is not a character, or it actually is, because you will hear his voice a lot on the podcast. This is the Dungeon Master, Ethan. And I decided to make a character of him as well, because I think he really deserves it. His storytelling and the amazing amount of voices that man can do. It's just so good. Then we have this little guy. I have to say, we still need some detail. This is only the base coloring. This is Flynn. He's a fighter, and he is very sensitive, and he has very. He's a very sympathetic person, and I really like this character a lot. He's a halfling fighter, and that combo is giving some very good scenes, especially in their fights. And you know, halfling luck. And then we have this guy here. He's called Seeker. He's a rogue druid. He was not on the cast from the start, but he actually grown after he entered the show, and he was just what the show needed. An amazing character as well. And then we have Alma. Alma is a 12, 13-year-old kid. I'm not sure about her specific age. She's a sorcerer, monk. Just became a monk recently here. So it's a dual class monk and sorcerer. And she has this funny thing called wild magic, and sometimes she gets a wild magic surge, and that can do some damage. And then we have Kalek. He's a cleric, half-elf, and he has this burning arm. And he's a very religious person, and he still have a difficulty if he's going to believe in the old gods or the new gods and find his right spot. So that's his ultimate search of life. I hope I got that right, Shane. An amazing character as well. And then we have Cecily, and she's a paladin Aasimar. I don't have wings for her, and we still need to paint some eyes and some metallics on her. And right now we are working on March. March she had to leave the show, but she was an amazing character, and she almost been a mom to Alma. She's a Goliath barbarian, I think. Am I correct? Is she a barbarian? I think she's a barbarian. She's good at throwing her javelin, and she has this great warhammer. And now I think I will do some of her skin colors, because she has a greenish tone to her skin, and I haven't quite figured out how that's gonna work. But let's see. But if you want to know more about Venturing Forth, go check them out. They have a YouTube channel, and they are on Spotify, and I think it's Apple something. I'm not into that Apple world, but they have a podcast there as well. Yeah, clerics are amazing people. All that stuff they can do, and all the spells they can learn. I think this is just too bright. No, this is not correct. I need a smaller brush for this. I think I can My microphone just died. It ran out of battery. Sorry if I was just babbling around and couldn't hear what I was saying. Well, what I was going to do was... There we go. Go check out Venture Forth if you are into Dungeons & Dragons. Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Moons, and thank you for stopping by. If you can hang on for just 1 minute, I will show you how these speed paint works for me. I did a slap chop, I made a black undercoat, I put a gray zenithal highlight with my airbrush, and then I dry brushed it with white. And when you're painting something that should look like wood, and you use these speed paint, they are semi-transparent. All this work to base them shines right through, and you have all the effects of the speed paint. And it just makes life easier painting this way for me. And if you're not satisfied with the first layer, you can just put another one and it will become darker. When working with these speed paint, you just need to think about the opposite of what you used to do, where you paint the model black or very dark gray and start to build up layers from dark to light. Here's almost the opposite way. You start with the light and make it more dark. Actually, I don't think this is supposed to be there. Yeah, it was a part of a support material I forgot to remove. Yeah, that's a lot better. It's totally okay. Thank you so much again for the raid. I really appreciate it, and all the new people in here. Welcome, and thank you for being here. I just really appreciate it, and I'm very honored that so many people will join me on stream. 2 years ago, I was just totally alone when I was streaming, but I still had fun. Now we have 11, 12 people here, and I really enjoy your company. So thank you again for the raid. Oh, I really appreciate it. Oh, this was the wrong color. It was the black we needed. Yeah, and my mic just ran out of battery, so I had to put it in the charger and put my level on. Oh, yeah, I really appreciate him saying that. That means a whole lot to me. Mike is a person I really look up to and respect for all his work. He's so much more talented than me, and him appreciating my work. I don't know how to explain it. That's just I don't know what I call it in English, but it's a great honor for him, for me, that he's saying that. I think we need to do something more about her skin. It doesn't feel right. Yeah. I think I'm gonna give it a soft skin wash and see how it goes. Thank you for the follow, Game Master Waltz. I appreciate it. Occasionally I'm doing these paint streams for Dungeons and Dragons, but every Friday I paint some a bit larger miniatures, figurines, and this is for the game called Valorant. It's a FPS Counter-Strike-like game, and it has some different agents in it. So I have this concept called PPG, where it's called Paint, Play, and Giveaway. And then I had this agent yesterday. She's called Astra, and she's one of the agents from the game. So I painted her, I played the agent in the game, and at the end of my stream, I gave her away. So this is going to one of my viewers. Yeah, this works. Thank you, Shane. Thank you so much. This wash will take a while to dry, so now we can start on some details. This was the last base coloring of all the miniatures. So let's get on with the details. I need a... Oh, we already have that on the palette. I thought about painting his eyes bright yellow, but after I thought about it, I thought that it wasn't a good idea. So I'm going to use this very pale yellow color instead and see if we can do something good with that. Don't like this color. Okay, this is for Mike. We are going to do a yellow color anyway. I'm going to use one of the Reaver paints for the first time. I know that I need to shake him up. Oh, this is a nice yellow color. I like it. Yep. And we're going with some more Reaver colors. The noise you can hear in the background is my paint shaker. I need to fix something around his eyes. Oh, that one eye. And this is my new favorite gold paint. I've never seen anything like this before, and it just works. When you pour it out of the bottle, it just looks like liquid gold. It's so shiny. A while ago, I painted a treasure golem, and I really wish I had this stuff when I painted that, because this looks like gold. And now I will paint his base, and I will use this Gravelord Grey. And then I'm gonna paint the rim peach black, the matte black here. This is Schreier, ladies and gentlemen, and we are done painting him. let's put him over here. Oh, then you can't see him. Right there. And now, the DM himself, Ethan. For that, I will need gray tone. This brush is not good. Let's do a fresh, clean one. Hey, Frangler! How are you doing, my man? Yeah, it's a very fancy DM. He's in his suit, but he forgot his shoes. Oh, yeah, you are out fishing, I know. Chat, we got a sailor on our chat. So you have internet connection on in the North Sea on Skagerrak. That's actually awesome. Is that running through a satellite, or are you using a Starlink? Or are you pretty close to the coast so you can get a cellular connection? And now I'm going to use my cheat pen. This is to make the tiny little black pupil in his eyes. This is a 0.05 millimeter pen. And it's so tiny and it's very good for me and precise to make eyes. I think we have to write something in his book. Let's see here. Can we do a small or a big V? Yes. E. N? No, it can't. And then we can make some text or something that actually looks like text. And over here he might make a drawing of some sort of creature the party is going to encounter. And some more text. And like the gold color I have this chrome metal and it's almost similar. It's so shiny. I like shiny things. I like shiny things. Doesn't work. I need a new brush. This is better. Let's put a base color on that. That will also be the Grim Black. No, not the Grim Black. The Gravelord Gray. If I can find it, it was right here. I am almost running out of space on my wet palette. I think we need to put on some toenails. Let's see if we can hit it. Ladies and gentlemen, Ethan, the Dungeon Master of Venture Forth. And for Seeker, we need to put some white in his eyes as well. Oh, yeah, it's awesome, and thank you for being here. I'm actually starting to finish up your man, Zeker. I'm going to put some white in the eyes. Have fun at the baby party. Oh, I have to fix that. Yeah, we got too much paint in that eye, but fortunately it's fixable. We need something for the small stuff. Oh, this brush is shredding. Yeah, that worked. And now for some bright green in that eye. I think I have the right color for that. This is a gauze green. It actually is a fluorescent color. and it lights if you have some dark light. And I think it's perfect for his eyes. If I can put a tiny drop without destroying everything. Let's see if I can find a brush for the right job. No, this is too big a brush. I think we're going for the Psycho brush. This brush is it's so tiny. Yeah, it's a great name for a brush, right? And it is so hard to work with because it's so tiny, and right now the hairs are shredding on but I really want these eyes to have this green because it's a great signature for this character, that he has these bright green eyes. And I don't remember, does Seeker, does he have dark vision? Because I'm gonna show you something. I have this blacklight flashlight, and now I'm gonna turn off the lights. Look at these eyes. They glow in the dark. Oh, I love this fluorescent paint. This is Seeker. I think now we can do some more detailed stuff on his clothing. Now the most difficult part of Seeker is over, so and I'm very happy with the result because I didn't expect it to go that well. I'm glad you like it. We need some more gold. Go, and we are ready to put some Gravelord Grey on the base. And then the black edge. Thank you so much. I'm just happy to do this, and I actually thank you for letting me do this. And Seeker is done. Should we have a look at those dice again? I just love it. They shine so bright. If you have black light. And that was Seeker. Yeah. Okay, let's go for some more details on Flynn. we need to put some more white in those eyes because I think we lost some earlier. No, we didn't. It's actually okay. I'll just need to put in some tiny dots. Okay, this eye is going to be a bit difficult because the pen is I think we did it. No, we didn't. Yeah, and I'm actually relaxing as well while I'm doing this. And if I'm a bit quiet, it's just because I'm focusing on the painting. I still try to pay attention to the chat. Thank you. I will do my best to focus away. Oh, he's out of the image. Oh, my face cam just shut off. I guess it was too hot, but I'm not using it anyway right now. Usually I have my face cam on all the time because I like to that people can see me when I'm chatting. But as I mentioned earlier, I want to have my full view here because a lot of this footage is going to be used in an upcoming YouTube video. And for the Gravelord Grey on the base. And Flynn is almost done. And here he is. Flynn is done. Let's see if we can put some pretty eyes in that Alma. Oh, I don't know if I can hit those stitches. And we have Alma. She's done. I hope you like her, Rebecca. Is that how you imagined Alma to look like? That was actually how I imagined her. I still have that picture of her in from the homepage. Thank you. Yep. She's almost alive. Okay. The last touch on Kalik. Oh, thank you, Phil. We need some more gold. Dries up pretty fast. If you just dropped in here, Phil, the characters here I'm painting is from a podcast called Adventure 4th. And the actors, some of them are in the chat right now. And they are doing the voices for these characters in that D&D podcast called Venture 4th. So if you love a good story, you should go check them out. No, these characters here are not for my game. These are for the Venture Forecast. The whole party of Venture 4th. But yes, I am also painting some characters for myself. We have two of them here. And these are for my own campaign. This is a druid dwarf and a bugbear. Thank you. These models are from a homepage called Loot Studios, and they make new miniatures, about 20 to 30 miniatures every month, and then you can subscribe to it and download them and print them yourself. The cool thing about these miniatures from Loot is all the heroes and some of the bosses are they provide a backstory and a character sheet for them, and it's pretty cool. Bit expensive, but cool. And a lot of the characters from Loot Studios is a part of my own campaign I'm brewing on right now. I just still need some players, so I hope we can start up in the fall with some level 1 characters for this new campaign. And then I will be totally ready with full terrain for all the scenes. So my players, if they see some kind of terrain on the table, it will usually be a clue that a battle is coming. Yeah, Loot Studios, it's called. It's some they are so amazing, those artists. I don't think I want to do any more with him. He's actually as good as he looks right now. Oh, I will need some gold there. But the Hero Forge, where I designed these, is also a great place to go if you want to do some custom work and create your own characters for your game. I know a lot of people, and I've seen a lot of Dungeons and Dragons streams. They actually use the Hero Forge for creating their characters, so they can have a visual, and then they just do a screenshot of it. Because if you want to download all the graphics and your design, you have to pay a small fee. But then you can print as many of the models as you want in all sizes. And if you're not good at painting them, you can actually buy them pre-painted. But it's a bit expensive, but it's possible. So if you need a character for your campaign, you can go to Hero Forge and create your own character. And when you're satisfied with the result you did, you can either download them yourself and 3D print them, or buy them as a miniature and paint them yourself if you don't have a 3D printer, or you can buy them fully pre-painted, and you can choose the color scheme as you want. I need a lot of brush TLC when I'm done with this stream. Kalik, your base is ready for some Gravelord Grey. Okay, see you, Frill. And have a nice evening. And this is actually the first time I've ever painted 8 miniatures that are so different. And I don't think I've ever had so many different colors on my color palette as I have now. When I've done this this one here, I will show you my palette because it's getting a bit messy right now. I don't have room, and some of the colors are drying out, so I have to pour some new. But this is Kalik, the cleric of Venture Forth. Yeah, and that's the cool thing about it. It's so colorful, and everybody is so different, and they have their own special abilities. But look at this. this is my wet palette. It was totally clean when I started the stream, and yeah, here you have the fluorescent color I used for the eyes, and this is some of the color for Shreya's wand or staff. So there's a lot of history on this palette from this stream. But if I turn off the lights again, you can see all the fluorescent colors. And it's only the green that lights up. And now for Thessaly. We need some more of that Vallejo silver. Now I will try to do what I was talking about earlier about doing some experiments with Thessaly's skin. And I need the most tiny dry brush I can find. Because she should have this, as I imagine it, silver shine to her skin. But not like a robot. Yeah, and I don't know if it's going to be a success, but now we're trying it out. First, I'm going to put some of this silver metallic on her skin. And now I put it in her eye, and that was not supposed to happen. I'm totally mind flaring her now. I think it's a bit difficult to see, but the effect is there. It's actually pretty hard because I wanted to have a silver look and a more pale skin, and that didn't happen. I think I have to do this over again when this is drying up. Maybe I can save it with some pale highlights, and I think I have the right color for that. Sorry, Rebecca, but that experiment didn't turn out as I hoped for. So now we're going back to some old school skin layering technique, and we just have to live with a pale skin tone of Thessaly. That silver look didn't go well, and it didn't go as I hoped for. Yeah, and that's the thing with experiments. You do it to experiment and see if it works out. Hey, hello! Yeah, I am also pretty relaxed. We are doing the last touches of Thessaly, but I had to do a stupid experiment to make some silvery skin, and it was not a success, so I had to start over by making some new skin color for her. And pale skin is actually pretty hard to do. While that skin dries, we can do the basing without the rim for now. And for that we need the Gravelord Grey. We need to do that scar on her face. And I have something I might that could be useful for that. This is also a 0.05 millimeter tiny pen, but this one is red. And then I have a blue one. Yeah, it was a good idea. The intentions were good, but the idea was bad. It's very difficult to paint these eyes, but I think we are good with what we have right now. I think I will use this bronze for a sword. And now to make the chainmail pop, we are going to use some Nuln oil. Now we can do the base rim, and Thassel is done. And only one is left, and that is March. And we only need to do all the metallics. And for that battle hammer, I'm gonna use this Vallejo steel if I have more room left on my wet palette. And for March, we need to do some makeup because she is a Goliath. And Goliath have their special eye makeup. And we also need to put some white in her eyes. Right now it looks like a zombie. And I will do the same thing on her armor with the Newell oil. Oh my god, those eyes are not good. Okay, let's try again with that makeup. I'm not totally satisfied with these eyes, but it is the best I can do for now. I might revisit it tomorrow because it could be I'm getting a bit tired right now. I have been painting for the last 6 hours. So great apology to Marge because her eyes are not great. And I will try to revisit it tomorrow and do it a bit better. And that was the last drop of paint for today. 8 miniatures in 6 hours. And with so many different colors, usually I do a batch of orcs and I can do maybe 10 or 12. But this, I am quite happy, except for the Eyes of March. I don't know what happened, but I have to look at it tomorrow. My eyes are getting a bit blurry right now, so yeah, it's been a long day, but let's have a final look on each of these miniatures. Yeah, we can start with March. I'm not very proud of her eyes, but it is as good as it gets today. I wish I were a makeup artist, but I am not. But on miniatures, it's actually pretty hard to put on makeup. So I will try to do this off stream tomorrow and give her a decent look. And then we have Cecily. And she turned out pretty well, even though we didn't get that silvery look on her skin. And here you can really see how the speed paint works when they are dry. They go right into the recesses and make it dark. And on the high tones, it will do a highlight color. And then we have Alma, and I think this little girl turned out pretty good. I still love that little patch on her thigh. I will make some pictures and post them on Discord, even my own Discord and on Venture Forth. Should I post them in the tavern, Rebecca? Thank you so much. Here's Flynn. And thank you. I will post them in the tavern. Kalek. And I really hope you will trust me with an address so I can ship these to you, because I really, from my heart, want to give all these miniatures to you so you have them in person. And send it in a personal message to me. And if you send me an address, it will stay a secret with me, and I will only know it. And Seeker. I really appreciate that. That's so awesome. And let's have a look at those amazing eyes. I just love this Seeker eyes. And Schreier. And we also have Ethan. I tried to do my best at micro letters, so on the top page of his book, right there, I actually tried to write Venture Forth, but it's very hard to see. And the other thing is just some rabbly dabbly text. And this is it. 6.5 hours of painting. I had 20 minutes of dinner, but otherwise, I think we'll have a look at someone we can raid. And I really appreciate you being here, especially you from the cast of Venture Forth. I really appreciate you being here and even stayed for so long. It means a lot to me. And we even had Mr. Mike Moans himself. I'm a huge fan of his work. He's an amazing streamer. He streams almost every day, 4-5 hours, where he paints miniatures or terrain. And he just does a great job. And he actually does this for a living. So I think you should go and give him a follow, because he's an amazing dude. Let's see if we can find someone we can raid. I need a browser. I think we should rate someone who's playing Dungeons and Dragons. Some I've never seen before could be great, and see how. I want someone that has some real persons behind. It seems like they have a great laugh, so...
Okay, wonderful.
Lead the way.
So, Ghost, we're coming back to get you.
I don't give a shit.
As you guys are
They're
walking, you just
natural.
hear...
They only have one viewer, so go say hello to the Natural One Show. They are playing Dungeons and Dragons right now, and they are... It seems like they are having pretty much fun.
Ghost, your eyes need to think again. And I feel like
We are starting a raid.
You want to punch me in the face? Would that make things better? You want to
Thank you so much for being here. Have an awesome day,
Give me the right hook.
and I'll see you soon. Goodbye.
All out.
No, we're fine.
We're fine?
How much money are we spending here?
Small sum.
Small sample. Nothing crazy. 50K.